and put that, keep your book open. Many of you are working on that. You done? I'll grab that from you. Keep your book open. Today, we are going to get into our last, we talked about our last judge. Our last judge is Samuel. Okay, are you done? Can you just bring that up to me? I'm sorry. The last judge is Samuel, and we're starting to look at the first king of Israel. First king of Israel. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do something. I want you to think. Okay, I want you to think. You guys just wrote in scenarios, and you're like, well, these aren't real life scenarios. I want to give you a few things. I want you to listen. I'm going to read you something. These are diary entries or journal entries. Anybody keep a journal, diary, anything like that? Anybody do that? It's actually a good thing to do. Some of you do. That's good. Journaling is something I've tried. I'm just not very good at it. I wish I was better at it. It is sort of a cool thing to be able. Can you bring that up? Thank you. It is sort of very cool to be able to go back and look and see, you know, what's gone on. I've journaled a few times, but let's just pretend that we did. And it's not like the social media. Today, a lot of people sort of journal on social media where they report everything they're doing. Like, this is what I ate for breakfast. This is what I ate for dinner. My brothers did this today. You know, like that type of stuff. Some people on social media do that. But do you ever notice on social media? On social media, everything is good. Do you ever notice that? Like, everyone's life is like perfect on social media. And that's one of the reasons that there is actually, they're looking into these social media problems that are caused for people, because people your age look at everybody else's life and is like, oh, I wish I had a life like that. Understand, everyone's life has issues. Everyone. Nobody has a perfect life in here. Okay? You guys have heard the saying, grass is always greener on the other side. Right? You guys heard that before? What does that mean? What does that mean? Grass is always greener on the other side. What other people have, what their life, everything they have always seems better. And isn't that, I mean, let's just be honest, that's a true statement. Right? You look at people and you're like, man, I wish I had that. I wish my home situation was like that. I wish my parents were like, whatever it is, there's always something we can look at and say, the grass is always greener. And I'll give you an example of it. You guys ever driven down, they're not there anymore, but on Highland Springs. Remember when there used to be all the cows right there on Highland Springs? And Highland Springs and Wilson. You'd have the fence, all the cows would be there. Now they're building houses, but there used to be all those cows. I remember one day driving by there and seeing this cow, right? In this field, there's all this grass. They had the barbed wire fence. He's sticking his head through the fence to get this little bit of grass on the other side. And so he's like straight, and I'm looking, and right to the side of him is grass that looks exactly the same. Like, I mean, it's exactly the same. But he is stretching there, trying to get this grass. And I'm thinking, if he pulls his head back, he's probably going to cut himself. But that's like what we do. We see something else. Somebody told me this, and it stuck with me. The grass is always green on the other side, but the water bill is always higher. What does that mean? There's a whole other set of problems over there. And you can look at something and say it's perfect, everyone, but social media sort of portrays that. So what we're going to do is I want you to think about something. I'm going to read you some scenarios. And I want you to think and be honest. We're not necessarily going to share, because if we shared what we're going to do, I think I know what everyone would say. But I want you to think about these things. Do you have a question, Cody?
When the cows were there, I lived in the neighborhood right next to them, and one got loose and started like walking around my neighborhood.
Did you catch him?
No.
Did you ride on his back?
Yes.
Not. Don't lie to us. See, social media right there. He's leading us astray, all right? But, all right, here, I'm going to read these to you. I want you guys to think. It started out to be a great day. My class elected me president. I never thought I would win. Then I got to count the votes to see who won vice president. My best friend was running against Motor Mouth Mona. My friend gave me a note that said, please don't let me lose against her. Remember who your best friend is. I knew Mona would try to run everything if she won. When I counted the votes, Mona won by 2. Think about how you would try to fill that in. Nobody else knows. Nobody else knows. You're the one counting. 2 votes. Let's just be honest. Guys, make sure we're not working on anything else this time. Let's be honest. How many of us would be tempted to sort of change that a little bit? The temptation, I think, would be there for everybody. I don't think anybody could say, I've got to go back to my best friend and tell him, hey, you lost. The temptation would be there. Let me give you another one. And this is a very much a real life scenario that each and every one of you have dealt with. Hey, really quick, make sure those of you that have gum, I do think I have said not to. Make sure that is not in your mouth, or I do have to give demerits for that. So make sure to take care of that. Had a math test today. Probably bombed it. Anybody else ever been there on a test? Probably bombed it. No time to study. Church on Sunday, soccer game Monday, babysat Tuesday, Bible study Wednesday. I saw Jerry finish his test early. I could see his answers and knew he probably had them right. But how many of us have been there? You're taking a test, you don't feel like you've done well, and there's somebody that you know usually gets very good grades sitting beside you. And they're done, or maybe they're working on it, and you can sort of see tempted to look. One of us have been tempted to look, and what's our motivation sometimes is sort of like I didn't have time to study. The teacher didn't explain this very well. I mean, there's a lot of different things we can throw out there, but all of us would be tempted. Let me give you one more. Tomorrow I could go to the fair if mom and dad were here. I have to stay home and babysit. Maybe I could get Jerry to babysit for me. I could bring mom some flowers to make up for it. She would probably... How many of us have been in a situation where you know if you do something you're going to get in trouble, but you've already thought about, you're already planning on doing it, you're just thinking of how I'm going to make up for it, right? Like, I'll give you a situation that happens to me. I'm out at the store. I used to be pretty bad at this. I would go to a store like Ross or something like that, and I'd buy something. Anybody else, when you go to a store, you sometimes just want to buy something, like every time you're there, you can find something you want to buy or something like that. And so I remember one time I'm there, and I'm going to buy something, but I know that I shouldn't. Like, as far as, we've talked about it, we're not. So you know what I do? I would buy something for Mrs. Moyer and for me. Why? Because I'm like, well, she can't be mad at me if I buy something for her, right? I mean, I know what I should do. I know what's smart as far as financially and everything, but I do what I want to do. You guys have looked at Saul, and you've seen him make some choices where in his mind he's justified them. Just like every single one of these that we read, the first one, well, this girl is going to ruin things if I'm president. She's going to make life miserable, and it's my best friend. I mean, what's a little bit of a lie? I really had a busy week. I mean, I would have studied for this test, but the teacher just doesn't understand how busy it is, and the test is right there. Nobody's going to know that I looked. Okay, I know mom said not to do this, but I can cover the babysitting. I can still go, and I'll just make up for it. These are real life scenarios where I believe each and every one of us have been from time to time. We know what is right. If I were to read, when I read these scenarios, every single one of you knew what the right thing to do was. To be honest, we knew what the right thing to do was. But if we were really honest, we all would be tempted to do the wrong thing. And we look at a man that had a lot going for him, but messed it all up with some of the choices he made. So who is Saul? Who is Saul? Let me see here. Oh, boy. Well, maybe we won't have notes. That's all right. Who is Saul? Israel has their last judge, a man by the name of Samuel. And they get angry. They say, we want a king. Now, is there anything wrong with a king? No, there's nothing wrong with having a king. We have a president today. We have government today. There's nothing wrong with that. Guys, those of us that are working on something else, we need to put that away. Okay? There's nothing wrong with having different people in government and charges. Here's the reason they wanted a king. We want to be like everybody else. It is never, if that is your motivation for doing something, it's never the right motivation. I want to do this because I want to be like everybody else. And so Samuel warns them, hey, if you have a king, this king will come in. He will tax you. He will take away your children and force them into the army. He will make life in a way more difficult for you. But the people said, we don't care. We want a king. Give us a king. And Samuel takes it to God, and God gives them their request. Do you know God sometimes gives us things, even though he knows it's not best for us, but just because we're asking? He knows what's best for us. But sometimes he lets us do something just so that we'll see it's not best for us. I've done that with my kids. They've asked for something. I've tried to warn them, hey, this wouldn't be smart, this wouldn't. And I'll give you an example. Okay? We went to the store, and my kids wanted to buy. Now, when I go to the store and want to buy something, I want to buy something that's sort of nice or different. I forget which one. It was either Camden or Braden. They were focused on this big, like, styrofoam plane. You guys ever seen those before, where you put the wing in it and you throw it in the air and it's supposed to fly? You ever seen those before? Now, I had to share with them a traumatic experience from my childhood and how I've been scarred for life since that moment. But we had a fundraiser, sort of like what we did here, and you could get prizes for it, and I got one of those planes. And I was so excited. And I took it outside, I put it together, and its inaugural flight, it zoomed through the air beautifully and hit the ground, and the back snapped off, and the plane was gone. So that's what I told my kids. I'm like, hey, you get this, but it's going to break. And my kids are like, it won't break. It won't break. And this is going to happen. No. I'll be very in your hand. But you know what I did? All right, go ahead. They bought it. We put it together. They took it outside. They threw it. And this was amazing. 2 times later, it broke. So at least they got double the fun out of it than I did. But they threw it, it broke, and then, the tears began to flow. And it was broken, and they're like, it broke. Dad, can we go get something else? Guys, I told you. I told you this would. So I let them do something knowing what would happen, but hoping they'll learn a lesson in the future. We've been to that store again. Do you know one thing they've never asked to buy again? That plane. They've learned that it wasn't the best thing for them. And sometimes that happens. And sometimes we ask God for something like the children of Israel do, and God sort of lets it happen, not because it's what's best for us, but He wants us to learn from that. And so He gives them their desires. They have a king. And now we get to the stories that you guys were looking at. Okay? Nobody read the first one, 1 Samuel 9:1 through 10:27. And this tells us a story of how God chose the first king of Israel, Saul. Saul is I heard somebody call him the shampoo king. What does it mean by shampoo? Anybody know the only physical description we have of physical descriptions of people in the Bible? Like, it doesn't tell us what they look like, their size, not a lot of them, but Saul does give us a physical description, a little bit of one about him. And anybody know what it is, Jose? He was head and shoulders above everybody else. So somebody calls him the shampoo king because head and shoulders is a form of, is a brand of shampoo or whatever. What does it mean when he says head and shoulders above everybody else? He's tall. He's tall. So that means like everybody comes up to here on him. I mean, this is a tall guy. It's a tall guy, and so he looks the part. Saul's dad has a problem. Some of their livestock, I believe it was some donkeys, had run away from them. And so they had to send out somebody to find them. Saul leaves. Saul goes and he's looking all over for these donkeys and he couldn't find them. And finally he's like, well, I know that there's a prophet in this area. Samuel's the one he's looking for. So he goes and looks for him. And he asks this guy, he says, hey, do you know where the prophet is? He's like, yeah. Well, where is he at? It's me. And so he asks him, well, I'm looking for these things. And Samuel says, well, why don't you go, come back at a different time, and we'll talk then. He knows that this is who God wants to be king. He tells Saul, you're going to be king. And Saul's like, no. You've chosen the wrong guy. In fact, when Samuel has told everybody, get together, I'm going to show you who the new king is. You know who he can't find? Saul. He's hiding. He doesn't want to be the new king. He doesn't feel like he can do it. And he tries to hide because he's scared of taking this responsibility. But Samuel talks to him and says, God has a plan for your life. Hey, you follow God, He will bless you. If you turn from God, He will not. And so he follows God. All right, let's see, front row. You guys had the 1 Samuel 13, 7 through 14. Just 7 verses there. So today I did a stupid thing. We were getting ready to fight the Philistines. Samuel told me to wait for him at Gilgal, but who can tell me what happened there? What's that? What did you write down? Do you have something there? Did you have something, Chase? Yeah, what'd you write down?
He didn't, but he didn't make it here in the 7 days. I thought he got lost or killed, so I offered my a burnt offering myself. Samuel was very angry with me. I'm scared God is angry with me too.
Great. Good job. Good job. Here's what happens. Exactly what happened there. Saul is going into battle. He wants a sacrifice, basically asking for God's help in this battle. Let me ask you, is that a good thing or a bad thing? To want God's help when you go into battle. To go to God, ask for help. Is it a good thing or bad thing? Good thing, right? So he's waiting for Samuel. Why is he waiting for Samuel? Anybody know why? Yes, he's supposed to be the one that makes the sacrifices. The king was not allowed to make the sacrifices. It had to be Samuel. So Saul's waiting, and he's waiting, sort of like you in the line at a fast food restaurant, and you're getting angry, except he's not waiting for 7 minutes, he's waiting for 7 days. Here's a problem. He's got all of these soldiers ready to fight, and they're getting restless. They're like, what are we doing if we're not going to go fight? What are we waiting on, Saul? If you're not going to start doing something, I'm going home. And Saul's like, if they go home, I don't have an army. I need an army. And so he decides, okay, I'm going to offer the sacrifice. He knows it's not right. But do you understand his motive? I sort of understand his motive for it. Would you say necessarily his motive is wrong? I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily say that. I mean, he's saying, I want God's blessing. I want the soldiers to still be here. I waited. I mean, 7 days is a long time to wait. And he offers a sacrifice. Do you know what happens as soon as the sacrifice begins to be offered? Somebody shows up. There's Samuel. Samuel realizes what's done and calls Saul out on it. Because Saul did not obey what God had done. And Saul would face consequences for that. What happened here? He fell, and this is what we're going to see over and over from Saul. He fell to his own thoughts. This is what's best. And I've got to do it this way or it won't work out. I know what God said, but I've got to do it this way or everything will go poorly. And that's what he did. Turn to the next page. Turn to the next page. 1 Samuel 15, 12 through 35. 12 through 35. Let's see here. In the second row, who put this down? I'm going to read the first part of it. Samuel's not talking to me. He said, God doesn't want me to be king anymore. I should have done what he said. We had a battle yesterday, and who can tell me what happened? Did you guys write that down? Oh, Hudson, go ahead. Okay, I kept the finest of the cattle and spared the king. Here's what happens. They're going into battle against the Amalekites. God gave them this instruction. I want you to go in and destroy everything. Guys, nobody should be talking. Nobody. He didn't want anybody to live. He didn't want any of the animals to live. He wanted everything destroyed. That's what he was told. So Saul goes into battle. And they have a great victory that God gives to them. But Saul keeps a few things. He keeps the best animals. Now again, you're like, why keep the best animals? You've got to understand biblical animals like money. I mean, this is like a possession. This is like going in and taking the nicest cars that the person has. Or I mean, it's a big deal. And he keeps the king. And you're like, that's weird. Why would he keep the king? And this is a very weird custom of the day. But basically, when you would conquer a nation, the king is like a trophy. Like, you keep the king alive, you bring him to where you're at, and this is like, I'm serious. You can read ancient history, and you can see some of the things they would do. They would cut like the king. They would capture the king. They would cut their thumbs off and their big toe, and the reason is, if you don't have your big toe, you can't really walk very well. You don't often think about this, but if I don't have my thumb, there's a lot of things I can't really do because your thumb is what's going to grasp everything. And so they would keep this as a form of humiliation, and it's like a trophy. Hey, look at what I did. I captured this king. And so Saul keeps it. You know, it's always amazing, and this happens to us, right? When you do something wrong and you turn your head and there's your mom or dad, like that happens. And so here is Samuel, or here's Saul. He's got this great victory. He didn't obey fully. He keeps a few people, and you know who shows up? There's Samuel. And Samuel shows up and he says, hey, Saul, what's this I hear? I'm hearing some animal sounds. What's going on? And Saul, oh, Saul, he's always got a reason. The people wanted, now I kept the animals because I wanted to sacrifice them to God. I wanted God to be pleased, and the people, they wanted the animals, and the king, well, the people, he blames other people. When really this was all about him. And through this, we get one of the to obey is better than sacrifice. What does that mean? That means listen, it is better for me to obey than to go to church every single day of the week. It is better for me to obey than to read through the entire Bible every single day of my life. It is better for me to obey. And because of this, Saul loses his kingdom. Now, he's still king. But again, somebody raise your hand and tell me, what's the custom even back then for a king? Who would be the next king? His son. His son would be the next king. In this case, his son's name is Jonathan. Jonathan would be the next king. But it's taken from him. Let's go to the next one. Next one, 1 Samuel 18:1 through 19:10. 19:10. Who can, let's see, that third row. Who wrote something down on that? 1 Samuel 18:1 through 19:10. Who wrote something down? Anybody have anything? Yeah, go ahead, Jason, read it for us. Here, no, I didn't read the first part of it. I'm sorry. All right, let me read the first part. I'm still king. Why don't they understand that? I'm king, not David. After David killed Goliath, here we deal with Saul's jealousy. David kills Goliath in 1 Samuel 17. Then, on the way back, they hear these people there's like a parade, and they're singing these songs, and they're like, Saul has slain his thousands, but David his tens of thousands. Has David killed tens of thousands of people? No. Whenever you try to lift somebody up, you often stretch the truth a little bit, and Saul gets jealous. Hey, I'm king. Why are they after David? Why are they lifting David up? And that's going to be the rest of what we're going to look at, is Saul's dealing with jealousy about David. And we will look at that on Thursday. Listen, before you go, Thursday, Psalm 1, 1, and 2 is due. So when you come in Thursday, I'll give you a few minutes to study, and then you're going to write those verses. Make sure to study them, okay? You guys are dismissed. The 5 books, let's see, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. There's only 4. You're right, only 4 because there's only 4. Hey, last 4 books of the Old Testament. Last 4 books of the Old Testament. What's that?
There we go. Finally made it. Okay, now my mic's working. Okay, Mia, if that's you, I see a viewer, so if that's you, sign in so I know it is you, so I can make sure attendance is done properly. Yesterday, let me just double check here. Shh. Erica, you were gone yesterday and Friday. Did you go online to listen? You did? Okay, both days? Okay, then huh? Okay, so I'll change your attendance there. Shh. Brianna on Friday, did you go on? Okay. Cheyenne, did you go on Friday? Yes? And Jose, yesterday, did you go on? Okay. Jaden, did you go online yesterday? No? Okay. Nico, did you go online yesterday? Okay. That's fine. Just want to know so I can change attendance if I need to. Hey, Mia. Good to see you. Thank you for doing that. Okay. Page 8. Top of the page. Number 7. Okay. Let me get into this. We are on slide 9. We're going to finish this lesson and go into 38, okay? And here is number 7, porous rocks. Okay, looks like Chase, turn around, please. Looks like everybody's here today. Jose. Better? Okay. Okay, definition of a porous rock, a lightweight structure containing millions of tiny air bubbles. Okay? This is what a porous rock would look like. Okay, first category of one is called a pumice rock. Okay, so all these little craters that are in here, crevices or whatever you want to call them, they used to be air bubbles. And so that air bubble, the rock didn't form, okay, because an igneous rock is a rock that forms from what? Magma, okay? And so because of the air bubbles, it formed around that, okay? And then the air had dissipated out of it and left this little crater in there, okay? So a pumice is just they will float in water. It's a rock that can float in water. But they have the same composition as granite and as obsidian, okay? What's that characteristic? Granite grained appearance, okay, in it. And if you can annular composition of that rock, okay? The second category, or excuse me, let's just go a little bit further with this. Scientists determine that a rock sample is pumice based upon these categories. Its characteristics: it is an igneous rock, it is amorphous, it is made of quartz, feldspar, and mica, the same materials as granite, and it has a porous texture that allows it to float in water. Okay? It is very light. Okay? Which allows it to float in water. Because of its buoyancy. That buoyancy, and I'm giving you a little update on 9th grade science, okay? That buoyancy is water displacement of that object, okay? So whatever water is displaced by the object is how much that object weighs or how much the water rise and possibly spill over. Okay? You have your body or whatever object you put in the water has displaced the water. If we could solidify the water and then lift you out of it or lift that object out, then there would be an indentation, a crater like these, okay, in that water. That's the displacement of the water. Okay, you have moved it from that spot to the surrounding area of that container. Okay. That allows it to float in water, the buoyancy of that object. Which of these characteristics allowed him to tell the rock sample was pumice instead of obsidian? It's igneous formation. It's amorphic structure. Its chemical composition. And its porous texture. Okay, so those are characteristics that help the scientists to determine what a pumice rock was. The second category, so the answer to this would be D. Okay, porous texture would be the correct answer to that question. Okay, so you have pumice, which is a porous rock. Second category is the scoria. This is known as volcanic cinders and is partly crystalline and partly amorphous. Okay. Scoria. Okay, everybody done with this? Okay, I'm going to transfer. Guys, if you were absent, whatever days, make sure that you borrow somebody's notes and get caught up, okay? I'm going to go. Everybody done? Okay, I'm going to go on to lesson 38 and 39. Did I assign you reading yesterday?
No. You just told us to do those two pages.
Okay, since I have it, and even though I didn't assign it, let's go ahead and do this reading quiz. So take out a piece of paper, and since it's not for a grade, it's always going to be beneficial to you no matter which way we go with it. Okay? Yes. Okay, so Joey, Eliana, and Kayla, right? Okay. Have you, Joey and Eliana, have you done a reading quiz yet? No? Since you've been here? Okay. Shh. Cody, you want to start?
No.
Thank you. Then keep it quiet. Okay, I'm going to put some questions on the screen here. And they are true or false questions. So you just have to choose true or false. Okay? And right now I'm giving, for whatever answer you get correct, Joey, whatever answer you get correct, that's +1 of extra credit that'll go on your next assignment. Okay? Does that make sense, Eliana and Kayla? Okay. So even though I didn't assign the reading to you, go ahead and do this, everybody, and we'll see how many points you can get. Okay? Okay, ready? There it is. There's 8 questions. Shh. Let's get this done as quickly as possible, if not quicker. Good. So Mia, if you're seeing that, go ahead and do this also, okay? And then send me a text of how many you got correct, okay? Everybody in the back, please stop talking, okay? Just writing down true or false. Then you're fine. Okay? But some are talking. Now you're talking. Not during quiz. Everybody take the quiz, please. Boys. Boy.
Mr. Brown, how was your birthday yesterday?
It was good.
Steven needs to sing your happy birthday.
No, you don't. Okay, who is not through? Okay. Joey, come here real quick, please. I thought I had written you down. How do you spell your last name? What? Oh, that's right. B-U-L-I-S? Okay. That's right. Okay. Okay. Anybody? Shh. As I call for these numbers, anybody not finished? Okay. As I call for these numbers, please don't be talking because I need to hear them and we need to move on, okay? Jose? On this? 3-3? Yeah? That's mark on the brownie buck what it was for. Put on the brownie buck what it's for. It's coming up. Or I gave it to you. No, we're not. You done? Glue together by pressure, chemical action to form sedimentary rocks are called. I don't know. Can't answer your question.
It turned off.
dogs. It's probably Mia. Okay, thanks Mia for 3.2. Gotcha. Done? Okay. Here's your answers. Grade your own. Be honest with yourself. Answers are in yellow. Correct it. Okay. Okay. We ready?
I'm so ready.
Okay, Micah, and for the new students, just tell me how many you got right. Okay? Micah? Erica? Cody? Jasmine? Natalie?
Sorry, 5.
Destiny?
6.
Chase? Ariana? Brianna?
5.
Aaron?
8.
Cheater. Cheyenne? Cheyenne? Bella? Jose? 5? 6? 6?
Oh wait, no, I actually got one.
You're just making it look good now. Shh, guys. Jason? 6? Guys, if I have to ask somebody what they got twice, that's because you're talking, I can't hear. Jezreel? 8? Cheater. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Jaden. Emma. Okay. John. Hudson. Hudson. Emily. 7. Nico.
4.
Mia, gotcha coming. Tyler. Cody, that's 1. Tyler. 6. Eliana. 4. Okay. Shh. Kayla. Okay. And Joey. Okay, that's how we work it. Now we just move on to the next set of notes. Okay, Chase, that's 1.
Can you hear that?
Hudson, that's 1. I don't need them. Okay. Guys, I need you to be quiet. Stop the talking. A little bit of review. What's the branch of geology that is concerned with the origin, composition, and structure of rocks? Petrology. Petrology. Okay. What are rocks that form from solidified magma? Igneous rocks. Ladies in the back. Ladies in the back. What are the rocks that form from sediments cemented together by water, pressure, and chemical action? Okay. Cody's on a roll. What are the rocks that form when igneous or sedimentary rocks are cooked by intense heat and pressure? Okay, metamorphic. Nico? Okay. What type of rock is so light that they float in water? We just got done talking about it. Plumas or pumice. Okay. Sedimentary rocks. Starting with the lesson today. These are rocks formed when deposits of sand and mineral fragments are cemented together. They are some sediments being put together. All the little particles that you see in there is what we would call the sediments. They're naturally glued together, basically. Okay? Some characteristics of sediments or sedimentary rocks. Concretions. Okay? Concretions. These concretions are hard, round structures that form when minerals settle out of water. They crystallize around sand grain or other mineral fragments. So these round rocks that you're seeing here in the picture are called your concretions. Okay? A flint is a concretion formed from the mineral silica. It's also known for its hardness. Okay? Flint is a rock that they would use to light a match, okay, on. Because of its hardness, it would strike against the sulfur in the match and then light it. But that's what they would use in that. Same idea of in the olden day guns that they had, they would have a flint in there, and the flint of the spark would ignite the gunpowder, and then send the ball from the rifle out to its destination. So you have concretions. You also have stratified rocks. These are rocks that are arranged in layers, stratified. Okay, you can think of this as like the stratus of the layers of the atmosphere. Okay, trying to pull together. Stratum is the horizontal rock layers that has a different type of rock layer above it. So as you see in these pictures, okay, the various layers, different colors, different types of rocks that are out there, forming the layers like layers on a cake or something to that extent. Okay? With sedimentary rocks, we have the law called superposition. This is an undisturbed strata lie in order they were laid down. Okay? So, if you were to take just a simple illustration of this, if you were to take a vase and pour sand in it, but if you were to pour different sands, okay, instead of pouring them all at once, you would have you'd have a sedimentary type of mixture because all the granules in there. Joey, that's one. You'd have a granular mixture of sand, different colors of sand in there. But if you were to pour blue sand, then red sand, then yellow sand, green sand, purple, orange, whatever colors you want to put in there, okay, you would have a stratified layer of sand in there based upon the layers that it's creating. Okay? That's the stratum, or the law of superposition. Creationists believe that the most of these layers were formed during the biblical flood. Okay? Because of the vastness of the water, the vastness of the force that the water was creating, it moved all these rocks, these sediments, into their position, into the layers that they were, or are. Now, evolutionists believe that because one layer or one object, okay, one fossil, if we can put it that way too, is under another one, then that means that that one that's underneath came first. True or false? Okay, why false? Brianna? Okay. Just because one is underneath another doesn't mean that it came first and then died first, and then the other one was buried on top of it. Okay? We have the movements of the earth that we talked about at the beginning of the year. The earthquakes, okay? The faults, the seismic waves, and all that. They have a tendency to move the earth around, okay? And just because one fossil is underneath another doesn't mean that it's happened that way, okay? You chronologically think that because of the order, okay? That's our finite mathematical process. But because of all the shifting of the earth, one can be put underneath another. That's what happened in the flood. The vastness of the flood, and it was worldwide, okay? But with the water that came from below and above, okay, that meant the springs that were, the water springs that were in the earth sprung up, and then it rained, so you had pressure from both directions. And because of that pressure, okay, it moved, and the waves of the water, it moved all the dirt around, the land around, okay, forming the mountains, forming the valleys, etc., etc. And so because of that, you have a shifting of things around the earth, okay? That's why creationists believe this. But the evolutionists take it another way. They believe that the lower strata were laid down many hundreds of millions of years ago, okay, with a slow progressive of time represented by different layers, okay. The only part of their theory that sounds right is that mathematically chronological, that's the way we assume things happen, okay? But like I said, because of the shifting of the earth, because of the shifting of that flood, the forces of the water cause one thing to go underneath another where it normally would not have been in its chronological order, okay? And we have transported sediments, like mechanical sediments. These are the sand, the clay, the rock fragments that are transported by physical means, deposited in a thick layer elsewhere. Okay. what could be a mechanical, what could be a way that sand, clay, or rock fragments were transported? What could be some of those? Humans? Okay. Or any machines that a human is using, okay, to move the rock, dirt. What else? What causes the meandering of a river? Brianna? Wind does? Snake-like. Okay. The curving of a river. Okay. And then eventually that river stops being so windy that it starts being more of a straight line. So what's happening? Emma? Okay. The water is moving all that sediment. Okay? And then it creates the bow lakes, I think is what they're called, from a river, part of the river that's been cut off, and so then it creates a little lake out there. But the water itself is moving the sediments also. It's transporting them from one section to another and moving it down the river down to the delta. Okay? You also have the classic sediment rock. I'm trying to get number 3 done. Okay? The classic sediment rocks are deposits that are glued together by pressure or a chemical action to form sedimentary rock because they are formed from fragments of other rocks. Okay? So you've seen these ideas here. It's not totally clear as it was on the computer, but you can kind of see how they. Now these aren't true rocks or true pictures of it, and I didn't realize that. It looked a whole lot better on the computer than it does now. Clastic rocks is just a gluing of the process. So you have shale. Shale is one of those. This is the most abundant sedimentary rock. And then you also have the sandstone. This consists of the grains of sand cemented together into a rock. Okay? Shale. Shale. Okay. We're going to have a quiz on Thursday. And then we will finish this one, but we're going to be on slide 28. So, quiz 9. Since we have a day off tomorrow, and I didn't get you the quiz review sheet, my fault. We're going to make that open book. We are winding this chapter down. So we have a test coming up next week, which is about a week later than what we should be. It's going to be your midterm or your quarter test. So it's going to cover chapters 1 through 3. Okay. So, but no school tomorrow. Class on Thursday, and we'll finish up this lesson and finish up this chapter. Okay. Okay. You are dismissed, and the 3 new students, I probably won't have you do the test, but we'll talk about that. Okay.
Mr. Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be gone till next week. So my mother wanted to ask if you can, well, she wanted me to ask you today, so you have enough time to complete all the assignments, because I'm going to be gone for all the days next week.
Okay. I'll see what I can put together for you. Okay. Okay, Mia, sorry about that. Concluding today, so tune in on Thursday. Have a great day tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day today. Okay? See ya. Bye.
Hello. Okay. Who can tell me what kind of sentence shows sudden or strong feeling? Bella? Exclamatory. What sentence is the sentence where an understood you is the subject? Aaron? What kind of sentence has the understood you? It uses an understood you. Imperative. What kind of sentence makes a statement? Good. What should I look for in finding a sentence first? What should I look for to find first? Do you really find a period first, Cody? No. Okay. What do I find first, class? A verb. Okay. How do I find my subject? Okay. Good. Ask who or what with the verb. Okay. Who or what did the verb? And then how do I find... Actually, you don't need to find any complements within this one, okay? So just subjects and verbs. Make sure you underline all your subjects and all your verbs. And then diagramming, okay? Make sure you guys are remembering how to diagram. Other than that, everyone clear your desk. Let's take this quiz. Huh? Yes, I announced it on Friday. Okay, but you already know how to do this, so. Pass this down to Emma, please. Emma, close your book. Guys, stop talking. Huh? You gotta look. That's for you to tell me. Ellie, you want to try and take this? Obviously, if you don't do well, then I'm not going to count it. Do you want to try and take this? Okay, you can try it, but just didn't want you guys to just sit there. Guys, stop talking. I can definitely rearrange some desks if that's what you guys prefer. Yes.
I wasn't here on Friday or Monday, so take the quiz.
Yes, just try and then study for it, but I think you know this stuff. Okay, just try to take this. Excuse me. Can you pass this down to Micah? Pass one down to Jason, please. Chase, throw those away. Hurry. Emma, were you absent on Friday? It was just Erica and Cheyenne, were you absent on Friday? Yes, John. Yeah, turn it into the tray. Jaden, were you absent on Friday or were you absent yesterday?
Yesterday.
Just yesterday, not Friday? Yes, Emma. If you have a question, come bring it to me. In the tray.
Do you want us to like put quotation marks up around the
No, you're just diagramming.
just put you.
Just diagramming.
Okay.
Okay, and if there is something understood, you need to know how to diagram and understood. That's part of it. Yes, Bella? Into the tray. Into the tray. Okay, everyone should be finishing up.
Yeah. This one. Does there have to be like a word in this one? And does there have to be two subjects, or can there only be one?
If there's one subject, it's one line. If there's two subjects, then you would do a diagram. So you need to tell me if there's one or two subjects.
Well, I know there's only one, but in this, do I have to put a word in here? Like,
If there's a word there to put there, then yes, but is there a word to put there? No, so is that the correct diagram? No, it's not. Okay, for those of you who are done, take out your literature books. We're going to review for our test on Friday in the tray. Yep. Yes. Literature books. Pull out your literature books. Okay, raise your hand if you still have the quiz. Okay, finish up, Chase. Okay, turn to Unit 1. Eliana, what are you doing? Just put it in the tray. Into the tray. Says the English tray right there. Okay, Unit 1. actually, turn to your table of contents. Okay, we're just going to mark the stories that you do need to know. Cody, what are you doing? What's in your book right now? Cody, what was in your lap? What were you writing in your binder? Are you supposed to be drawing? No. Okay, that goes for everybody. You guys should know that by now. Okay, page number, what page is this? Well, just, oh my soul. No, it's not. Okay, Unit 1, okay? Or Unit 1, 2, and 3. That is what this test is about. Okay, so go to Unit 3, mark, I wandered as a lonely cloud. Okay, you need to know who wrote that. Who wrote Sun and Fog? That is also in Unit 3. Okay, who wrote Splinter? That's in Unit 3 as well. You guys should be on your table of contents. Okay, sorry about you guys. We don't have those for you, but you're not taking it anyway, so. Okay, I highlight Men of Iron. That is in Unit number 2. Okay, Chase, you should be in the table of contents where I said to be. Is everyone there? Just real quickly. Yes, Tyler? I haven't decided yet because it's all one, but probably we'll make one for you. Okay, Joey, what did we talk about yesterday? Okay, so you should have highlighted I wander as a lonely cloud, Sun and Fog, highlight For the Love of the Hills. That was our reading homework one day. Okay, then Men of Iron. You need to know the story along the line of Men of Iron. Splinter, you need to know who wrote Splinter. Sorry? No, we're just in literature. We don't have those a literature book for you yet, so. Okay, then everyone go to page number, actually, you should have just have a piece of paper out or your notes out. Star alliteration. You need to know what alliteration is. Okay, or write down the word alliteration somewhere. You need to know what alliteration is. Okay, you need to know what a simile is. That was in Unit 3, a simile. Okay, consonants and assonance. These are terms that you do need to know. Okay, alliteration, consonants, assonance, personification, the setting, and a simile. Okay, also protagonist and antagonist. You need to know what a protagonist is and antagonist. Some of you guys are flipping back and forth. Just write it down. Write it down, then you can start in your notes later. Okay? That'll be quicker for you. Awesome. If you guys want to turn to page 406, thank you, Brianna. 406, you can highlight all the terms that you do need to know. This is a glossary for your literary devices. Okay, so alliteration, antagonist, assonance. You need to know what the climax is, which is the highest point of a story. You guys see consonants. That is the repetition of final consonant sounds. Okay, personification. That is a comparison in which human qualities are given to inanimate objects. And then the setting. Know what a setting is. That is where the story takes place. Okay, you guys are following along. Everyone turn back to the contents. You need to know who wrote creation. That is in Unit 3. highlight a glimpse of the Pony Express. You need to know the plot of that or the storyline, the details. You need to know where they were traveling, which 2 cities in the glimpse of the Pony Express. Okay. For the love of the hills, we already highlighted that. You need to know what their common factor was, which was what class? Good. They were homesick. They were longing for the hills in Colorado. Okay, you need to know a tale of 2 cities and who the antagonist was in the tale of 2 cities. Who remembers? Defarge. Good. The Defarge couple. Okay. They were the ones that framed Charles. Remember, he was going to be executed. Okay. Then you need to know fog. And then characters. Okay. Let's see if you guys know this. Who was accused for acts against France? What was his name? I just said it. Starts with a C. Charles Darnay. Who saved Basil Underwood from death? Besides Brianna. Who remembers what that story was? Remember, she saved her fiance? What story was that? Who knows? Curfew must not ring tonight, okay? Curfew must not ring tonight. I highlight curfew must not ring tonight. You need to know the characters in there. Okay, who kidnapped a boy to obtain ransom money? Good, so highlight that. What was the guy's name? Was it? It was Bill. Good. Okay, who was the man that lost confidence while piloting a steamboat? What was the author of that? Who remembers, Jose? It was Samuel Clemens, okay? He was talking about himself. Samuel Clemens was the one who lost confidence while piloting a steamboat. Okay? This girl became stranded on a bridge pile after the boat sprang a leak. Remember? Who was her? Or who was she? Emma? It was the unfortunate Lily Maid. Highlight that story, but what was her name? Micah? Anne. Good. Remember, the unfortunate Lily Maid is an excerpt from Anne of Green Gables. How many of you girls read Anne of Green Gables? Some of us. Emily. You didn't read Anne of Green Gables? Jasmine?
I watched the show.
Oh, gotcha.
I read the first part and I was like, no.
Well, Anne of Green Gables was very famous. A lot of girls like to read her. I personally did not read her, but I read other things like Nancy Drew, different things like that. So, Anne was the girl who became stranded on a bridge pile after the boat sprung a leak. Okay? What was the relation between Lady Anne and Lady Alice in Men of Iron? Who remembers? They were cousins. Good. Okay. What else? How much money did the young girl spend on the petition for the woman in For the Love of Hills? What was it? $5. Okay. In the story, it mentions that she put $1 and a silver dollar in her pocket. So how many did she start with? 11. So she had $1 and a bill in her pocket. Okay, $5 bill and $1 in her pocket. That left her with $5 to spend. And the crazy thing is, $11 is all that she had to her name. Okay? In the pine tree shillings, what was the name of the man who wanted to marry Betsy? Who remembers? Samuel Sewell. What historical event did the Tale of Two Cities take place? Jasmine? The French Revolution. Good. Give me one way Miles showed maturity from the Men of Iron. Nico? He stood up for his dad. What else, Brianna? He told the truth. What else? Okay, he did take all the blame. Ari? Nico already said that. He stood up for his father. Remember, he was of gentle blood. What does that mean to be of gentle blood? Emma? He was very respectful. Okay, make sure you guys remember those. Okay. Who was the pine tree shillings written by? Make sure you highlight that. Okay, Destiny, pay attention, okay? Who wrote the pine tree shillings? Who remembers? Nathaniel Hawthorne. Good. Make sure you raise your hand. Okay, who wrote The Lady of Shalott or Shalott? Our favorite story, right, Emily? Ari, who wrote that? Alfred Lord Tennyson. Okay, like I said, no assonance, no alliteration. We need to know that Lady Anne and Lady Alice were cousins. Okay, we need to know what an antagonist is and a protagonist. And then just the plots of the different stories I told you to highlight. Okay? Does anybody have any questions of what to know? Natalie? Yes. Authors' last names. I'll take off for first names because it can be anybody first name. But with last name, we know who it is. Okay? Any questions? This is the review test. Of units 1 through 3. Okay? Yes, Emma? This one will be on, I think it is, what does it say? Nope, it's this Friday. Friday the 13th. It is Friday the 13th, and then Tuesday, November 17th is your review test in spelling. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and review for spelling. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. Sometimes I wish it was the quiet game for you, Cody. Yeah. In a few minutes, we're almost done with class. I want you to be here for the review, okay? Since you were gone yesterday. All right. So last night you should have studied list 1 and 2. Okay, so let's do a review game of list 1 and 2. Girls against guys. Okay, let's have Brianna versus John. Spelling and vocab. We have a review test on Tuesday, November 17th. Here you go. Okay. Okay, go ahead and write boys at the top for boys, girls at the top for girls.
Jonathan pranks Mrs. Squirrels and says, Jonathan, I can't see what that says.
What? Okay, spell irrelevant. Irrelevant. Let me stand back here. Yeah, what's your question? Because I went in the storage room and I forgot. Irrelevant, not quite. Brianna, how do you spell irrelevant? Okay, who knows how to spell irrelevant? Bella? Yes. No, you kind of mixed it up. Go ahead. Not quite. Hudson, how do I spell irrelevant? You said A-N-T? Not E-N-T, it's A-N-T, okay? Let's spell it together, class. I-R-R-E-L-E-V-A-N-T. Okay, irrelevant. Go ahead. Let's do it one more since you guys didn't get that one. Spell unnerve. No. Okay. Who knows how to spell unnerve? Emma? Good. 2 N's, okay? Make sure you guys know how to spell that. Go ahead and sit down. Emma and Jose. Emma and Jose. Sorry if my coffee's bothering you. Quickly. Shh. Okay? Winning team gets 3 bonus points on the quiz. Okay? Let's make it 5 bonus points. On the test. On the test. So I know who it is, girls or guys, whoever wins. Okay? Spell. Let's spell illegible. Turn around, I can't say. Or see? Nope, not how to spell illegible.
Spell supercalifragilistic.
Oh no, I think we're kind of struggling in spelling words right now. You need to choose one, Emma. Choose one and show me what you're. Well, you better hurry. Gotta show me. Hurry. 5, 4, 3, 2. Illegible. Emma got it. Okay. ILL, not illegible. It's illegible. ILLEGIBLE. Cody, you're up. And Cheyenne. Yes, put a point for the girls, okay? Okay, what is, guys, I can't even hear, I can't hear myself talk. I have to yell, okay? We're getting too loud. What does it mean, a soft leather used for cleaning? Soft leather used for cleaning. We went over this yesterday.
Come on, Cody.
Shaman. We went over this yesterday because I didn't know how to. It's. Look, that's what I thought too, or chamois, but it's chamois. Look at chamois. Okay, who knows? Who knows? Brianna, chamois. Okay, let's go again. What is the condition of being unknown? Condition of being unknown. Condition of being unknown. Someone didn't study their list 1 and 2 last night. Everyone sit down. Okay, sit down. Okay, let's have Destiny and Chase up there, okay?
Yeah, we got this one.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is the condition of being unknown? Oh, bias? No. It is obscurity. Boys, get the point. Okay? Okay? Shh. You should know the condition of being unknown. Class, what is the condition of being unknown? Okay, what is a soft leather used for cleaning? A chamois. It's CHAMOIS. Okay, if you want to say chamois, you can. I don't know. If that helps you, remember. Ooh. I don't have corona, I just swallowed my spit wrong. All right, let's have Erica and Andrew. Aaron, I'm sorry, Aaron. It's not that he sounds like Andrew.
Can Joey go next?
Can Joey stop talking about Joey in third person? Okay, what does it mean to allow or permit? Allow or permit. Sorry, allow or permit. Starts with a T. I'll give you that. Allow or permit. Hudson, what's allow or permit? Tolerate. Tolerate is allow or permit. Okay, what does it mean to? Sorry, keep dropping it. Firmly established, unwavering.
Let's go, Eric.
This is a Bible term too. It's be ye blank, unmovable. Okay, starts with an S. Come on, guys. Okay, we do have a test on Tuesday if you guys don't know. You guys should be studying now. Because I don't want you guys to get the night before the test and you have to study lists 1 through 7. That's not good.
Think of all the words that start with the
Starts with an S. Jason, do you know what it means? what it means to be firmly established, unwavering. Steadfast, okay? Well, I guess we're going to have to do an easy one. How do you spell whichever?
Right faster.
Whichever. Good. Boys get the point.
2 points for the boys.
The boys.
Okay, let's do Joey and Bella. Joey and Bella.
Joey sabotage.
How do you spell transceiver? I'm looking at it right now. Bella. Good. Actually, nope. That's wrong.
Joey, go, 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 go.
That's wrong again. Transceiver. Transceiver.
And then wide receiver, but take out the wide.
Joey. What is that? Close. Close. Okay, class, how do we spell transceiver? Go. R-A-N-S-C-E-I-V-E-R. You put C-E-I, but it's S-C. 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 There you go. Okay, no one gets it. Go ahead and sit down. Wow, I'm surprised. Bella, grab a tissue and erase your answers, please. Oh, sounds good. Okay, Jaden and Tyler, you want to give it a shot?
You're the last one.
We have one more. This is the final countdown. This is worth 5 points. Guys,
This isn't fair.
okay? I can't say unless you guys aren't talking, okay? Because I don't want to yell at them. Okay? Spell. I'm looking for a good word. What does that mean? Spell besiege. Guys, sit down. Besiege.
Yes, she got it.
Good, Kay. Girls win, but guys, listen. Guys, listen. I will give everyone 5 points on the bonus quiz, okay? I will. But listen. It's up to you to remember. Up to you to remember. So you can go ahead and put a +5 at the top, only if you remember. I'm not going to remind you. Okay? All right, you guys are dismissed.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Today's lesson is going to be foundational not only to this class, but to future classes. The faster you get this concept, and by faster I don't mean necessarily faster like today. I mean the faster long term you get this concept, the easier math will be for you. Okay? We're talking about signed numbers. Please go to page 104 of your textbook. We're on 3.3, adding and subtracting signed numbers. Yes, Jasmine, how can I help you? No. The level up is about calculation clues where you can kind of simplify some things ahead of time based on the properties of arithmetic. You're welcome to go through and apply those principles yourself if you like. We're going to 3.3 because I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole right now. All right, so adding and subtracting signed numbers. Every number except 0 is either positive or negative. Okay, 0 is considered neither. It is incorrect to say plus or minus 0. It's incorrect to say positive 0. It's incorrect to say negative 0. 0 is itself. Okay, 0 is the line, so it's incorrect to put any kind of sign on it. These signed numbers appear in everyday life. Negative temperatures are common in colder climates. Not here. Negative balance for a bank account means the account is overdrawn and that the account owner owes the bank money. In class, a -5 or -10 at the top of a quiz indicates the points missed. Plus and minus signs have two uses: indicating positive or negative numbers and indicating addition or subtraction. No matter their use, they always indicate the direction on the number line. Positive means you go to the right, negative means you go to the left. When a signed number and an operation like addition or subtraction are next to each other, parentheses are used to help avoid confusion. For example, -9 plus -6 means -6 is added to -9. If you see a number without a sign, it's understood to be positive. Signed numbers can be added using a number line. To add two signed numbers, begin by plotting the first number on the number line, then move from the plotted point in the direction indicated by the sign of the second number, negative left, positive right. The number of places to move is equal to the value of the second number. The final plotted point is the answer, and I will walk you guys through that in just a moment. Okay? I'm sorry, what?
This is like my favorite one, other than order of
Cool. Make sure your mask is over your nose and mouth, please. That is final warning for everyone. Nico, mask now. Still. Whole time. Okay? You guys were told this on the way in. Mask. Put it all the way up. Thank you. Okay. Every time, all the time. All right. So there are a few ways we can get to negative numbers. The first one is to over subtract. Okay, I don't even know if that's actually a term. I just made it up right now. Okay, but basically where we end up with 5 minus 7 and we look at it and go, you can't do that. Yes, you can. It's just -2. Okay, you can do it. You just don't know how yet. Okay, you know how, but like we haven't taught it. Cool. -3 plus -6, same idea. Okay, we can go through and deal with these. Yes. The parentheses is just to separate this plus from this minus. That's all it's for. Yes. Oh, hey. Minor details. So let's look at example 3.3a together. Actually, I'm going to go, first of all, let's do 3.3a to letter A. Okay, for letter A, we have -5 plus 7. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and create ourselves a number line. No, I did not just freehand that. There's a tool.
Oddly satisfying.
I just grabbed the line tool and drew a line. That is not me, trust me. Y'all will learn very quickly I cannot draw. Yeah, I can use tools to assist me in making a construction. I cannot draw. All right, quiet down. We have negative. Mask, please. Still. We have -5 plus 7. So we're going to start by plotting -5. Okay? So we're starting here. That's the idea. We're going to start there. Then plus 7 means we're going to go to the right 7 times. Okay? So we have 1, oh yeah, you guys can't see that cursor. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're at positive 2. When we're done, that is our answer. Okay, now normally we do it with a filled in dot. Okay, I'm just circling it to make it a lot more obvious where we are, because screen. All right, make sense? Okay, so that's the idea. That's how we're doing this.
Can we have just done 7 minus 5 gotten 2?
Don't get ahead of me. I will get there. Just hold on for a little bit, okay?
Holding on.
All right, part B. Use the number line to find the answer to the addition problem. We have 2 plus negative 6, so we start at 2, and then we move to the left 6 times. We get negative 4. Okay? We start here. Oh, you guys can't see that cursor, I forget. We start here, and then we move to the left 6 times and get negative 4. That's our answer. Okay? Now let's say on letter C, we have negative 4 plus negative 1. Okay, well, we're going to first of all create our number line.
Ooh, I like that arrow.
And then I start labeling it, and then it starts looking like, oh yeah, there's my usual drawing.
Your writing sounds
That arrow looks really
I
nice.
really like your handwriting, not your numbers.
Okay,
Honestly, your numbers are
so first of all, we have negative 4, so that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to start here at negative 4, and then this negative 1 here means to go left 1 unit. Okay, so we're going to go left 1 unit, and that's negative 5. There's my answer.
So when we're doing, when we're subtracting with negatives, we go to the left.
What? There's no subtraction here.
Wait, oh, there is no. When there's 2 negative numbers.
You start where you are, and then you look at the sign of the second number.
It's just adding,
If it's negative, you go left. If it's positive, you go right.
it's just adding just the 2 negative numbers.
Okay. Now, real quick, notice that so far I've only talked about addition. Even if we're adding a negative, we've only talked about addition. Okay. I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. You have been lied to your entire lives.
What?
Ready?
Yo!
Conspiracy. All right, they heard me. All right, shh. They heard me. They don't want you to know this. Subtraction doesn't actually exist.
Oh!
Just add negative numbers to positive to it.
Subtraction is just the addition of a negative. That's all it is. Subtraction is the addition of a negative.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it does.
But we didn't tell you that subtraction wasn't a thing. Because then we would have had to tell you negative numbers are a thing, and that would have freaked out your little minds when you were in first grade.
We just start off.
Poor first graders learning about negative numbers. All right.
Why didn't we just start out with negative numbers? Just skip the middle man.
You know, I wanted the same thing, but I'm not going to get into that. All right, distance learners, I'll be back in just a moment. Now, subtraction doesn't actually exist. It's just the addition of a negative. So that means we'll have to rewrite problems as addition before we can do them. Okay? So hear me out for just a minute. Okay? Let's say I have 4 minus 8. But we just found out subtraction doesn't exist. So now we need to rewrite it. So we have 4 plus negative 8. That's what actually happens. Subtraction is just a shorthand for that.
Second graders are barely learning addition.
Nope. Reasons.
So we're never gonna be able to do like literal.
You will. Calm down. We shorten it again in a minute, but we need to see what's happening first. And by a minute, I mean maybe a week. All right, so...
Oh wait, no.
So if I had 2 minus 5, that's actually 2 plus negative 5. You have to switch both signs, both the operation and the sign of the number. Because, kind of. Okay, anyway. Do you see how 4 minus 8 could be written as 4 minus positive 8? Okay. We're changing both signs, both the sign of the operator and the sign of the number. Okay. You have to do both. If you don't do both, you messed it up. Okay. Yes.
The answer -4, right?
Yes. But we're getting to that.
Okay, this is how I think of it. I think of it as like,
Just stay with me. Okay. If I have, so anyway, there's that. If I have 2 minus -6, what do I do?
I got this. -2 plus -6.
No.
Oh, I know. 2 plus 6.
Yep. Okay. You have to change both your operation sign and the sign of the number. It ends up being 2 plus 6.
8.
Yeah, that one's easy.
Wait, question.
Okay.
Wait.
Learn this. Now, stop talking over me and let me get through all the examples, and then you can ask your questions. No, put down your hand. No. No, you guys are so busy talking over me, you're not hearing my explanations. Close your mouth, open the ears. Okay? And I will gladly take questions, but you have to let me get through more than half a sentence. Okay? Now, if I have -1 minus 5, the first sign doesn't change. So we have -1 plus -5. Okay? That's how we rewrite it. Okay. Now, here's kind of the shorthand of this. Okay? For the double negative thing, the negative of a negative is a positive. If you take a negative times a negative, it gives you a positive. I know we haven't talked about multiplication yet. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. It's okay. Okay? So, notice it works the same way in grammar. As a matter of fact, it's so effective in grammar, some companies use it as a marketing slogan.
What is it?
Nobody doesn't like Sara Lee. I swear, not sponsored. Have you never seen the trucks? Nobody doesn't like Sara Lee. It's a brand of bread. Have you guys never? Okay, thank you. One person has opened their eyes and read while in public. Okay, so good. All right. So no one. Okay, so here's the sentence. Nobody doesn't like Sara Lee. It's a double negative. You have nobody and not, which implies that everybody likes it. Nobody doesn't like.
I've never tried Sara Lee.
You follow me?
Nobody does not.
Yeah, so nobody doesn't like Sara Lee. It means everybody likes Sara Lee. That's the whole point of the slogan. It's a double negative. You have a not. Okay? So if someone says I'm not lying, then they're lying. Okay? That's how English works. Again, masks back up. Masks back up for the second time now. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's the whole point, though. Like, that's why it goes away. They cancel each other out. In math, it's just a fact of life. All right. So, here we go. Let's look at example B, because then this will start making more sense, and then I'll take questions. Okay. So number A, we have -2 minus +4. All right. First rule is we have to rewrite it as addition, right? Okay. So this is equal to -2 plus -4. Okay, we have to change both signs, the operator and the following sign, not the first one. You always leave the first one alone. We good? Yeah. So let's get out our number line. I promise I'll teach you all how to do it without number lines soon. Okay, but we're going to get out our number line for now. Oh my goodness. I hate making number lines so much.
Why don't you just put 1 through 7? -1 through 7.
All right, so where are we starting? Where do I put the first point? -2. Good. All right, which way do I go, left or right? Left. How many places? 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm putting dots on it. It's fine. We're on -6. Okay? Good? Again, yes, we do end up shortening it later. For right now, it's got to be this way. B. Again, I'll take questions in a minute. 5 minus negative 1. Okay? So negative of a negative is a? So we end up with just 5 plus 1. I'm not going to even get out the number line. What is it? 6. Done. All right? Because we know that. All right. I know this is kind of a pain, but I'm purposely stretching it out because this is the one that I still have 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders struggle with. Okay? I still have them struggling with adding and subtracting sign numbers. So yeah, I'm spreading it out for you guys because I'm hoping then you guys get it. Okay? Every year I have to reteach it to all my classes. Okay? Now, here is, first of all, are there any questions? Okay. All right. Then let's go to practice 3.3 and do numbers 1 through 16. Numbers 1 through 16, you're doing those as classwork very quickly. Numbers 1 through 16, you're doing those as classwork very quickly. Yes, practice. What? No, that's not what I want you to do. What? Go away. Really? You're going to be like this? Close the program.
Wait, do we do it in our book?
In your book. You got room. They gave you the things.
Negative plus or positive plus.
You're overthinking it. Start where the number is, then just go where it tells you to go. So like you have negative 6, that's where you're starting. Plus 7 means you're going to go 7 units right.
Yeah, but you just said negative plus a negative is a positive, so.
What? We're not there yet. No, not negative plus a negative is a positive. Hold on. Let me clarify that. No, Joey, listen. Joey. It's not, shush. It's not negative plus a negative that's a positive. It's the negative times a negative that we're having right here, right? They're right next to each other.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Negative plus a negative is more negative.
Okay.
If I owed you $3 and borrowed 2 more, now I owe you $5. It got worse. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, when in doubt, put it in terms of money because for some reason we all intrinsically understand money. Okay, we good? All right. Yes. Yep. Guys, quiet down, focus. Hey, you guys have 10 minutes to get all that done. Okay? It's 16 questions. You guys should be able to knock it out pretty quick. Yes. Anyway, you guys are working on that for right now. All right, listen up. Go back your practice problems very quickly. What you're doing. Help you guys on your homework. Okay, so pay attention. Write down. Talking. You're not. You have to redo it later. Write down the answer if you get something wrong, and go back through and read it correctly before you get started with the answers. Okay? Number 1, you should have done 1. Negative 6 1. Number 2, plus 0. Number 3, negative 1 plus 5. Number 2 is 0. Number 5, 1 plus negative 3 is negative 2. Number 6, negative 6 plus 7 is 5. Number 7, negative 3 plus negative 3 is 6. Number 8, 6 plus negative 9 is 4. Number 9, you should have ended up with negative 2 plus 8. 10, you should have ended up with 5 plus negative 6. You should have 9 plus 6, or just 9 plus 6. Number 12, you should have negative 6 plus positive 3, or just negative 6 plus 3. Number 13, then you should have gotten negative 6 because you should have gone to 1 plus. Okay, so we're good. All right, on. Folks. Okay, so right there. Okay, that's fun. We have 1 minus 1 plus positive 1 plus 4 is 5. Number 15, 6 plus positive 2, that becomes negative 4. And number 16, we have 5 plus negative 4, which is 1. Questions? Yes. We got negative 6 because we started at 1, and then we ended up with negative 7, so we went left 7. And then negative 6. That's weird. All right, does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. All right, your homework tonight. I was trying to. So your homework tonight is to do homework 3.3, numbers 1 through 21 all. Homework 3.3, numbers 1 through 21 all. You all had a quiz today and I completely missed it.
Let's take it right now.
And someone even mentioned something at the beginning. We do not have time to take it now. So, Friday, you will have quiz 9 over 3.1 and 3.2. Friday, you have quiz 9 over 3.1 to 3.2. That is a change from what was previously scheduled because what was previously scheduled was supposed to be today. I was wondering why I had so much time. All right, so that's on Friday. Okay, we'll finish that then. All right, any questions?
Can you help me with 3.2 since I was gone on Monday?
Yes, give me just a minute. All right, I will see you guys later.
Hello, hello. All right, there we go. Sorry we're a few minutes late. Make sure you throw your name in the chat. Looks like you're here. We were having some announcements for class. Okay, but this is the last note I believe we took. Scriptures do not say that apostles passed on their unique authorities to others. Instead, churches were given the word of God. Again, we're talking about how Christ, when he left, he gave the apostles or disciples, okay, he gave them the Holy Spirit, and he said, hey, this is your mission. And the Bible tells us to go into all the world, teach all nations, okay, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, okay. That was a command of Jesus. Is anyone hot in here?
No. Here it is.
All right, I'm going to turn on the AC a little bit.
Do not.
I
Don't
am.
you dare. I will blow dart you. I will do it.
Of the trash. All right, so we were talking about that yesterday, how Jesus gave them a command, and also we saw the apostle, well, he was Saul, and he became the apostle Paul, through the story of his conversion, going to Damascus, with the light blinding him. Joey, one more time, you're moving. Okay, but we're moving on in the notes. We're going to see the word in the early church, okay, how it began simple, okay. Someone raise your hand and tell me how they think the early church was started. What did it pertain of? Raise your hand and tell me what consisted in the early church. And your mask on, please. Emma. Yes, but more specifically, what group of people were in the early church? Okay. It's not a trick question. Chase, put your chair down. Jose, do not dribble your basketball. Hudson. What do you say? Okay, yes, Jews. I'm thinking of like a specific group of people. What is it called? Nico. Yes. Not completely like that. You guys are looking in the wrong direction. Destiny. No. All right, I'm just going to answer for you. Shh. It was because, listen, worship was simple because it consisted of the family. Okay, it was a lot of times a family or a small group of people. That's why it was simple. Okay, a lot of times today, right, we have a little bit more in the church. A lot of us have different music. Okay, we have different slides. We have different preaching, maybe games for kids. Okay, back then it's very simple. Okay, you had the reading and teaching of God's word. That's all it was. Okay, I'm not saying, and we're not saying that it's wrong what we do today. I think it's right. I think the Bible talks about how worship is a good thing to prepare the heart for the message of the Bible. Okay, Chase, that is your warning. That is your warning. Okay, and the Bible tells us that, but we see in the early times how worship was very simple. Okay, they came together, a small group, a lot of times in someone's house. Okay, and they read and talked about kind of like maybe a book get-together or book club type thing. Okay, they would read the scriptures and then they would talk about it. What they thought it meant, what they thought God was trying to tell them. Okay, but we also see, okay, believers who had received this salvation also followed Christ in baptism. Okay, by believing in Christ, and Christ showed them an example, okay, who baptized Jesus? John the Baptist, okay? Christ did that to show us not that he needed to be baptized. He did not need to be baptized. He was baptized to show us as Christians after we're saved or after we trust in the Lord as our Savior, okay, to show others that we've made that decision. That's why we have baptism. Baptism does not save us from our sins. Okay, the Bible says, how are we saved? We have to believe on who? Okay, we have to believe that we're a sinner and believe on God. Or Jesus, that he came to earth, he lived the perfect life, he died on the cross for me and for you. The Bible tells us that. But God commended his love towards us, meaning everyone, that while we were yet sinners, because we're all sinners, Christ died for us. And then 3 days later, he rose again. Okay, a lot of us has heard the story. Maybe not all of us, but a lot of us heard that story. Okay, so we see believers, when they receive Christ, and Christ showed this example, as I've said already, about being baptized. Baptized was a way to show or put yourself together in, hey, I'm being baptized to show you that I believe in the death, the burial, and the resurrection. Okay, that's the purpose of baptism, being submerged in the water and then lifted up after. Okay, churches also celebrated the Lord, okay, in remembrance of Christ. This is something a lot of churches still do today. Okay, it's something, again, some churches maybe do it once a year, once a month. Okay? But the purpose of this, the Bible doesn't tell us how many times we need to do it. Okay? It doesn't save us from our sins. Yes, sir. Yes, I will let you this time. All right, I'm going to work with you guys again. I'm not trying to be mean. I did not hear you ask. I'm sorry. When he gets back, you may fill up your water bottle. I'm so sorry. Yes, sir.
After math class, it's like the 7th grade app, we don't use the 10-minute break because we don't get here around that time.
Okay. That doesn't pertain to us right now. It doesn't pertain to us right now. All right, but we see the church celebrated the Lord's Supper. This was a purpose. Okay, the Bible tells us there was a Last Supper with Christ and the disciples in the Bible. Okay, how Jesus broke bread and gave juice to all of his disciples. Okay, so us, a lot of times in churches today, okay, we have something like this. It's called the Lord's Supper. Okay, and we have this to, again, have remembrance. Okay, so a lot of times, and not everyone does it exactly the same way. Okay, but the Bible tells us, Chase, what are you doing? Well, if it's not pertaining to history, put it away and do it later. Assuming your history notes are already out, you can put it away and do it later. That's why you have study hall and your free hour. Okay, so we have this. So a lot of times we break bread, whether it's crackers or a little piece of bread or crouton, whatever you guys use. Okay, they use it in remembrance, okay, of Christ when he broke the bread, the showbread for his disciples. He said, "In this, do in remembrance of me," of how Christ was going to be whipped and tortured. Okay, and there's going to be the breaking of his body. Okay, he was speared in the side, the breaking of his bones on the cross, the nailing of the long, about 9-inch nails through his wrists and through his feet. All right, it was painful. This wasn't just an easy thing that, oh, Jesus just died on the cross for me. No, this was something he had to endure as a man, but obviously he was still all God. Okay, so we have the breaking of bread. Also, we usually have, a lot of times we use grape juice or something like that. Okay, we use that in the remembrance of what? His blood. He said, this is what we drink to remember my shedding of my blood. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not quoting the Bible on that. Okay, but it's talking about, hey, remember my blood. With the pain and the torture he's done put through, there's going to be the shedding of his blood. The only blood that we can trust on, the person we can trust on to be saved. Okay, and that's why they had the Lord's Supper, and this is something they even did in the early church. Okay, but we have some specific people. Find your seat. Stop doing whatever basketball dances or whatever you want to call that. Fortnite, whatever. Okay. Okay, we have some specific people that had, certainly in the Roman Empire, again, this is all rising to it. Yes, you may go. Okay, that had an effect on this early church, and certainly we're going to see the rise of the Roman church in this time. But the first person we're going to talk about is Diotrephes. Diotrephes. Okay, he is an early church leader who loved to have preeminence and place himself above God's word. Okay, yesterday, in the early time, through the persecution of Christians, is what? They believed in who? They believed in Jesus Christ. Okay, yes, we've talked about them believing in Rome, but through this persecution, there was a lot of Christians. Obviously, the rest of them believed. But of the church, okay, and they just like the God of the people. Okay, now this leader of the church, this Roman church, they're going to take away the focus of how Jesus is our king. He's our ruler. He's our savior. Okay, where he's going to say, hey, I'm the priest, or I'm the ruler, the religious leader. Follow me. Don't follow what the scripture says. Don't follow God. Follow me. I can lead you to God. Okay, so we're going to see this false idea of that, and we're going to see it first in Diotrephes, or Diotrephes, however it's said. I apologize. I cannot say it right. Okay. Also, moving on. Okay, with this guy and this philosophy being made, we're going to see some problems in the church. As time went by, many Christians moved away from the ideal of many churches, many leaders, and simple worship services. Okay, things weren't simple anymore. Okay, things should be simple in serving Jesus. Right? We should be able to learn, whether through preaching, praying, reading of the Bible. Okay, we should be able to learn and talk and walk with God And then after we learn something, the Bible tells us to those who know to do something and we don't do it, it's sin. So we have to do it. When we know something, the Bible commands us to do something, we're supposed to do it. Okay, and when you don't do it, it is sin. That's simple, right? Just like when someone or a teacher tells you to do something, it's simple to obey. Obviously, we don't always do that, and that's okay. Okay, then we ask Christ for forgiveness. But when we're supposed to be doing something, it's easy to do the right thing. Okay, but we're going to see it, how the church is going to be way more confusing. How it's not going to be very simple. It's not going to be about, hey, we're here to worship God, rather than, hey, we're worshiping a man. Hey, there's all these different things. The focus isn't on Jesus Christ anymore. It is on the church, or it is on one man. Okay, and that's where we're seeing the rise of this religion, okay, which is Catholic, which came from the Roman Empire. Catholic, which means universal or one, all right? Catholic or universal or one. Even the Catholics today, they have one main pope, right? They have one main leader, although there's other popes and priests. Okay, there's one main pope. Okay, so Catholic literally meaning universal or one. Catholic came to mean a single, visible, large, organized church for all Christians and to defend Christian beliefs against distortions. Okay, so at first they weren't completely wrong. Other than, okay, their focus of, instead of Jesus Christ, the focus on who? The Pope, or one man. Okay, that was their main, or Mary. Now there's a lot more other things. Okay, but the Pope at this time. Okay, but they still, at the beginning, they still believed in a lot of scriptures. Obviously, they took away some. Okay, but we're going to see that continue where they take away scriptures and take away scriptures. And it's no longer a religion based on the Bible, but just based on man's philosophy and the distortion of it. Okay, moving on with this before, sorry, I will go back. I got you. Okay, just a few more and then we'll be done for today. I'm still warm. I'm sorry.
Turn down to like 65.
I'm still warm. I don't know if you guys are warm. I'm warm, so I turned it down a little bit. I don't know what happened. There we go. Okay, with this, are you ready, Destiny? Okay, keep on riding. Keep on riding. Keep on riding. Shh. Joey. You've had your warning. You've had your warning. Yes, ma'am. Moving. Move. It doesn't matter. During class, you do not talk unless you what? You don't talk unless what? You raise your hand. All right. I'm not going to move you, but that is going to be demerits. If you reach a certain amount of demerits, you do receive a detention. So you better not talk again. Nope, too late. All right, before the end of the 2nd century, okay, Christians began treating the Church of Rome with great respect because it was in the most important city in the Roman Empire. Okay, the church was very large. It was showy. Okay, it's a very attractive building, as you can see in the picture. Okay, it drew people in. Okay, but the thing is, all these things that we see outward, whether it looked nice and things were covered in gold, or again, appearance, beautiful architecture, okay, one man maybe sounding good, okay, but the thing and flaw with all of it is, again, as I mentioned, the focus of Jesus Christ was no longer there. It was the focus of the building, the focus of the Pope, the focus of the priests, the focus of everything we do in action, rather than the heart of believing on Christ with our heart, right? We're not saved, and the Bible tells us we're not saved by works alone, but by what? Faith, believing on Jesus Christ. That's how we're saved. Okay, the Bible does tells us with faith, without works is basically nothing. Okay, when we do have faith, when we believe on Christ, it's going to show in our works. We are going to do things right because we want to. We want to do it for Christ because we have a relationship with Him. Okay, and He's going to want us to be better. Everyone good on this note? You're good? Oh, talking without permission and commenting, is everything right? Yeah, you have, but what are we not supposed to do? So that means you didn't do everything right. How is it not fair? Aaron, that is your warning. If I hear it again, that is demerits for you as well. Yes, ma'am. No. This is today. First it'll be that process. It'll be you move, that's your warning. After you move and switch to someone for my class period, you will receive a demerit. Yes, just for the period. Unless the teacher wants to move you permanently. So there you go. Okay, next note, another important person that is going to be like the first or record of Pope. Okay, the Apostle Paul recorded him. We have Irenaeus. Okay, he was a church leader in Gaul. Okay, Gaul was, remember, a person where Caesar Augustus or Octavian had originated. Okay, he was a governor there 5 years, and then that's when he became a dictator after that. Okay, but this was a church leader in Gaul who declared in 175 AD that every church had to agree with the Church of Rome. Okay, this is where we're seeing the change. Okay, remember the church, what was the beginning of church? It was one word. It was what? It was one word, though. I said one specific word. It was very simple. It was very simple. I did say it was pertaining like of the family. Okay, but it was simple because it was focused on who? It was just the reading and teaching and talking about of God and Jesus, what he did for us. Okay, but now the Church of Rome, with their ideas, they say, hey, you guys that are meeting at home or in your small church that you've been doing for a long time, no more. You have to be, if you're going to church, you have to be part of our church. There is no other church. Only the Church of Rome, led by the Pope, that's the only church. All right, and that's where we're going to see the push of this Roman Empire and this false idea of the church. Okay, by the 2nd century, a single bishop generally ruled each church. Okay, so you have the head pope. Okay, and then in each church you would have this man. Okay, again, they're taking a position made by God that we've talked about. A bishop is also another term for a present day pastor or overseer or shepherd, someone that's supposed to lead their flock. All right, raise your hand when you're talking. Okay, but you're answering, so that's okay. Okay, but it's someone that's supposed to lead you to God, not to myself, not to a church. Remember, we're supposed to be following Joey. Dude, no, you got to stop talking. If you have a question, what do? You don't say, oh, man, and say it. You raise your hand and you ask. But you were still talking. You got to do better, man. You got to do better. I'll go back in a second. We have one more note, then we're done for today. All right, so we see how we have the Pope, and then he would assign these bishops, okay, or leaders in all these other individual churches. Okay, they're like basically smaller versions of the Church of Rome. Okay, they would be the spreading of the same Church of Rome. Okay, but we have this thing called apostolic succession, or apostolic succession. Okay, this is Irenaeus' idea. Okay, remember the leader we just talked about, his idea that the apostles were the guardians of the gospel. Bless you. He also taught these things. Okay, so he taught that they were the guardians of the gospel. Okay, are we really supposed to have guardians of the gospel? No, we're supposed to do what with the gospel? We're supposed to share the gospel. Okay, we're not supposed to hide the gospel. I'm not keeping the gospel for myself. I'm a guardian of the gospel. I'm sharing it to everyone that I can, that I meet. If they don't know about Jesus, or if I meet someone, because I know, the Bible commands us to tell everyone about Jesus. I don't hide it for myself. I tell them about the gospel. Okay, so but these are other things that were taught by Irenaeus, and then we are done. Okay, we have the apostles had appointed bishops as their successors, which we already kind of talked about. Okay, those successors had to turn appointed successors of their own. Okay, so bishops would be leading. They would basically have like a little protege underneath them that was learning underneath them. Okay, and then they would become and fill their position. Then they would find someone to be their successor, and then they would find someone. Okay, this continuous process of false ideas. Okay, and then also much, if not all, of the authority of the apostles had been passed down in an unbroken line to the bishops of his day. Okay, what about the apostolic succession in the Church of Rome? Since Irenaeus believed that Peter and Paul had founded this church, he naturally held these two apostles had appointed the first bishop of Rome. Okay, so they kind of changed history a little bit. Okay, Peter and Paul, when we read in the Bible, you can go read in the Bible for yourself, they were some of the main people that were to start the church. Okay, Jesus is known as the cornerstone of the church. He's the foundation of the church. The church should be surrounded of Jesus, of the Bible. John 1:1 tells us in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Okay, we should be surrounded and all in the Bible. That's how we should live. I don't live by what man says. I live by what the Bible says. Okay, but this got taken away. And then we also see because Peter and Paul were used by God, okay, in starting many churches, we see throughout the New Testament how the Apostle Paul, okay, he was a missionary. He went on 3 missionary journeys. Okay, he started many churches in different areas like Corinth, Philippi, Thessalonica, all these different places. Okay, but because they misinterpreted the scriptures and the Word of God, okay, they, instead of keeping the focus on Jesus, they turned the focus on Peter and Paul. Okay, so that's where we see some Catholics, they worship Peter as an apostle. Or they worship Paul. They said, oh, they led us to the church. We worship them. Okay, and they took their eyes off of who? Jesus. They took the eyes off of Jesus. Something that started out close to being right, okay, ended up not being right at all. And we see that today. Okay, for homework, do not leave your seats yet. For homework, do not dribble the basketball. For homework, we will see. You have page 96. I don't believe you guys have done this one yet. It's page 96. You did all of it?
No,
You just did odd. There you go. Yes, tonight is 2 I didn't do 9, right? I did 1 through 7 odd. Yeah, you did 1 through 9 odd. So that means you didn't do all the evens. So what are you talking about? One question. You did all of them already? Well, if you did all of them, you got to let them know. All right, here you go. For homework, it's page 96, 2 ends. Yes, ma'am. Let me know if you need anything. Again, homework is page 96, 2 through 8 even. We will see you on Thursday. Tomorrow's a day off. You don't have to tune in because we won't be here anyways. Have a great day off.